Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, Chad, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, Chad, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Good afternoon, gamers. Hello, welcome in. Happy Monday. Big sigh. I'm late as fuck, and it's because work has been insane. So I told you guys last week already that I'm in event construction. It's my first time for a big event like this, and the work that goes into that is, I don't think I could have ever expected it to be this much, and the questions that rise and the digging you have to do, especially since I wasn't supposed to be on this project, right? Like I was supposed to work for this company 3 months last year, so I ended in November. And then I streamed all December, and then in January I went on holiday, and I got this email, and they're like, "Hey, we kind of need the extra hands. Can you come back?" I'm like, "Yes." Like I could use the money, and it's nice to have a job to contribute, right? 3 days a week or something. I'm like, I'll make it like one in the office and then a few hours. That was the plan. And then I get there and they're like, yeah, one employee is not here. And the other one is taking over projects, but they're going on holiday. So can you do this this event construction? And I'm like, yeah, I got this. I can. The problem though, when you're taking over a project from someone else, is I have zero clue from the trajectory that was before. So they're coming to me with questions like, hey, I have a customer here and they're at this booth, but their electricity that they ordered isn't there. Can you supply this? Now, I know who to call to put the electricity there. The problem is, did they actually order this, pay for this, and was it our fault that it wasn't delivered? Or are they making shit up? I will tell you, people make up a lot of shit. Because I check their orders, because then at first I have to find the client in the system. Then I have to see if they made the order. Then I have to see, did we check that this order was delivered or not? And at any of these points, who made a mistake? Then we ended up in this situation. And you have to imagine, I get 25 questions like this every day. So I was on my way to work at home at 1:30. When I was on the train, I got 2 phone calls with questions. I got to my city. I hopped on my electric scooter to go home. I got a third call about questions. Like it doesn't stop. There's just questions upon questions. And I don't know about any of the arrangements that were made beforehand. So I need to rely on being able to find it in an email or looking it up in the system. It's a lot of work. But I'm really liking it. The only problem with the stream schedule is obviously that doesn't match. And we were lucky today because we were supposed to duo with the wonderful Clove. Guys, my new friend from Spain, Clovely from the GBD Creator Program. They got called into work as well and had to cancel stream entirely. So that worked out. So we're gonna go for a couple hours here because we have P100s to grind. For those of you that didn't know, last week I fucked up. We were gonna do P100 Ellen last week. I had 5 million points saved up when I was playing Dwight. That's your fault, Sketch, by the way. And as I clicked Ellen to go and put my 5 mil points into her, apparently I wasn't on Ellen and I put the entire 5 mil into Dwight, who is now P20, sitting strong, but I had no points to put into Ellen. So we're almost at 3 mil here. We need 5 mil and a little bit, but we're grinding this week, and I believe that we can get our next P100 this week. So that's the plan. And if anybody's gaming, you're welcome to hop in. I have a lobby ready. Let me say hi to everyone. Mina, congratulations on getting first. Congratulations, you are on fire, streaking. Glenny, congratulations on getting second. Wesker, wonderful to see you. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem and thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you stopping by. Glenny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. 34 treats, let's go. Taze with one more. 35 treats. Thank you for the redeem. Sketch, thank you for the daily doggo treat. 24. Excellent, excellent. Mina with the 32. Let's go. Thank you so much for the redeems. Hello, Glenny. Welcome in. Hello, Smelly. Hi, Sketch. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Mina. I really love seeing your messages with support. It is what it is, right? There's nothing I could do about it. Making shit up is my life's motto, so I get you. Yeah. People do that all the time, I suppose. Alright, where are we at? I'm playing Renato because I was practicing for tourney yesterday. And I think, I mean, we play Ellen, right? We gotta get them points in. And we have 318 cakes, so I think that's a really good start. I don't know if this is the build that I want to run. I'm taking off the Wiglif because maybe, you know what? Maybe I don't care about picking up randoms from the floor. Yes, I said it. I don't think I'm gonna care today. I'm gonna be in it for me. Let's do live. Live. Where's live? Here. Live, botany, Deja. Do I wanna like... I mean, Deja is easy. Because I don't have to think about gens. But also maybe I don't care today about gens. Maybe I just care about surviving today. Fowler, welcome in. Hello, good to see you. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Let's ready up and then I'll decide. You don't care about gens or about others? Hey, I'm missing my live button. Hold on. I'm not gonna care about gens today. I think that's the plan. Sit in the corner. Okay, I'm not gonna sit in the corner because that's gonna be boring. There. Here's my life. I found it. Do I have my game screen off? Yes. I'm not gonna sit in the corner. I'm gonna run DS. Who knows? Maybe I'll get tunneled. I might get tunneled. Mina, how was games yesterday? I saw you were in the Discord teaching our new friend about DBD. Have they decided to throw in the towel yet? Or are they cooking? This needs to go. There we go. You have a clip for me? What are we clipping? Vasily, welcome in. Let me see this clip. We don't have a killer. Let me pull up this clip. Can I pull it up? Is it okay to send on stream? Or what? Are we cursing? Okay, hold on. Reject all. Sound. Yes. Oh, desktop. Windows, capture. Dead by Daylight, Sealy. Okay, that's not the screen. Why is it always, why can I never show anything that I want on this Windows thing? Highlight. Captured. Yes. Okay. Sound is on, but it's not very loud. But that's how it is. Okay. Game. Shh. Oh! No way! Was it a conviction play? Plot twist conviction? Nah, I loved this. That was huge. That was huge. Great job. You're both running it now? I'm too tired to even think about trying to do anything related to that's not my build. That was huge. My sporadic pathing? Fucking 8? Yes! Where am I? Wesker? For me? Why is she already pinned to a wall? And why am I jealous? I don't know, I'll do this gen. New Vecna? Oh yes! They will not... Why am I screaming? Why, I bet that helped against Vecna. I bet. I bet. Hi, Jess. Hi, Em. I come in just in time to see one of your favorite perks. Is it Bond? Are you on the Bond? Why is she already pinned to a wall? Why am I jealous? we should have that as a that should be a quote, actually. Jess, how are you? Good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome in. How was your brunch the other day? Big loops. You were very proud of yourself. Let's go, Mina. That's wonderful. You're back, but I heard you spent points on Dwight, so I'm happy. I did. It was your fault. Hi, Mousy. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How are you? I am good, Mousy. Thank you. You need a mate? Yes, come play, Mousy. Come carry me. I'm so glad that you're back. I'm so glad that you're back. Yeah, Gamers For You don't know, Mousy is my friend from Germany. We met through Happy's community, for those of you that were there back in the day. And Mousy is an absolute juicer. But he had issues with his PC, couldn't start or play DBD at all. But now they have a new PC, and they are back. They are back. So they're gonna show them skills here today. I think they saw the conviction, but I'm not sure. Oh my god. Growing on me? Yeah, if you know the plays. I remember when I was duoing with Brit, she got so much value. You have a PC? There's a Discord, but I don't do a VC on stream, Mousy. So we're just gonna have to do... Oh, shit, 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 shit. Oh, there was a pellet right here. Hold on. Hold on. Live! Where am I going? Is this a pellet? It is a pellet. Oh, it's not a very good pellet. Oh! Oi! Timebone, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. 24 treats, let's go, let's go. And thank you again so much for your contribution for the charity yesterday, Timebone. I really appreciate it. Bond best bird for real, for real. Your fault, sounds like a dream come true. I'm not gonna talk about it. You're good? How are you? I'm good too. I am having a crazy week at work, but we're here now, we're gaming. I made it to stream. And everything is well. It's just it's been busy. Brunch was really fun, much needed. Nice. Touching grass is fun sometimes. 100%. 100%. Yes, Sketch, come. Still gonna join? Yes, cool. I don't know that I have you added, Mousy, on... I might have still been on PlayStation back in the day. If someone can do exclamation DBD. Because I don't know... Oh, you've got me in DVD? Okay, good check, good check. We're on 2 gens, by the way. I mean, it's 3 hooks. But all the pellets are gone. We were off to a really good start. And then we weren't. And I'm yapping. It's not good. Wait! I thought that girl was going for an unhook. She's not? Okay. Oh yeah, she can't go for that unhook. Is he camping this? Hold on. Yeah, my days has been crazy, Timebone. Events at Jaarbeurs are a lot of work. There's a lot that goes into it. She doesn't have worms. But we're here now. Wait a sec. I added you. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Girl, I can't. Why are we yelling? There's no pellet here.
Is that all you have?
Okay, good efforts. Oh, he makes this. Well, oh! Shit, my work is calling. I knew this was a problem. Hold on.
You
Fuck. Be right back, guys. So this is my life right now. You were lying. I had a feeling. I had a feeling, Mousy, but it's fine. It's fine. At the end of the day, we find each other. Okay, I'm putting this down and I'm using my medkit. Okay, gamers, if all we're gonna be doing is going around unhooking and healing with Colrophobia, we're never gonna get any gens done. That's a reality. Well, I'm annoyed. I don't make it. Nah, I dropped the pallet. Look at this. Thwack. That is a very good perk. Jill, welcome in. You're late. It was first game. It's first game. You're here. You're here. I have problems finding stuff in general because when I found everything I was looking for. Oh,
What's the story,
okay.
Mother?
Okay. We've got sketch. Are you on Steam? I think so because I think I saw a notification on my phone. I just invited you. What are we doing, gamer? Sketch, why are we making trouble? Come here. It's not your fault? Okay, gamer.
Where have you been, Robin?
Anyone else? Or next game, maybe? I put my camera back on in a second. I need to look something up. Jill, enjoy your nugget treat. 44 treats, let's go. Thank you so much. Okay, I need to change. Wait, I was already bringing cake. I don't want the. Oh, I don't like the S. I don't like this perk. I forgot. I don't like it. Look up how to stop yelling at your bestie. First of all, you're not my bestie. Let's be real, okay? Let's be real. Maybe fixate it. I don't know. Let's be real about something. I ain't never called you a bestie in my entire life. That's like the first time I ever heard you say that. So that's not a reality. And second, you made me waste 5 million points on Dwight. So I'm gonna be doing all the yelling. I will be doing all of the yelling. Yes, I know, Jill, you are on your treats.
Where have you been, Robin?
All this time and effort I put into this, and I'm not even bestie. Into what? You bullying me? Look at you guys pairing up as sailors. Nah. W sailors. W sailors. We're at 95. We're 95. And we're at 3 million blood points. We need 5 million and about 5,400,000 is what we need. Ayo Ellen 95. Poor sketch. I mean, he brought it up himself. You know this. Yes, fellow P100 Ellen incoming indeed. Imagine you spent those points on Dwight. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so yelling because now I promised you guys a new P100 for this week. And if I spend everything on Dwight again by accident, I'm gonna have to like do more. Yes, I'm on the cake. If you guys don't bring points, I'm gonna be kicking you from the lobby so fast. Cake, yes. I've earned it, actually. I don't know. Yay! Thank you for the points. You guys are amazing. I don't know. Say something nice to me and I may bring cake. I will be kicking you from this lobby, man. Okay. This is all I needed to know here. All right. A Wesker for me. Oh. My phone stand just fell over. No, no, no. Bring it downstairs. Maybe I'll go over here. Jill, do not spur him on. I am right and he is wrong, and you guys should back me up. I mean, I will be getting on the Dwight P100 because I had such a great time playing Dwight. It was such a good experience. So Dwight is definitely on the list for the Blood Moon in 2 weeks. Guys, I've cleared my calendar for the first weekend, and then, unfortunately, I have a lot of work. Jill, why are you throwing the word bestie around like it's acceptable to be calling everybody a bestie, Sketch? Like, nobody ain't your bestie, like... What do you mean? And also, why are we typing while we're doing a gen? Just focus on the gen. Your cat's your bestie. Exactly, Jill. Tell him. Everyone brought cake. Not this Ada, though. She got my medkit, though, because I'm nice. I don't know, something nice. No, 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 no. I can't win today. Oh. Whoops. Who else is working on a P100, gamers? Hey, yo, that has got to be a new dance. Let's go. Thank you for the dance. Oh my god, Sketch. I saw that. What is this perk I'm seeing? Thank you for the dance. Oh, that was Pop. I could see that gen explosion from all the way over here. And nowhere to hide! It's Pop, nowhere to hide! Oh, damn. Bing! No! There's no way that hit me, bro. Unbelievable. Did you guys see that? I sidestepped that like for 17 steps. Help? I thought Ada came for you. Wesker's cats. Oh, I told you. Pop, nowhere to hide eruption. Ada's got strong key. She's a solo queue gamer. She's going for that hatch, you know. She's gonna go for it. Oh, more sprays. I hate this map, you know. Nothing ever ends well on this map. It's very annoying. Yeah, is anyone else working on any gamers? Anybody putting points into a certain character right now? Whether you're going for P100 or not? It's Blood Moon in 2 weeks, March 26th. You're on Lara? Good choice. We got a lot of Lara gamers here. Good Lara gamers. You got Michonne to P50? That requires playing DBD? It does, Days. It does. You love Croft? Yes. I just don't like the accent with the constant voice lines. I would play her more if I could turn off the voice lines. She loves you too. That remains to be seen. I'm sticking this. Oh man. That was a mistake. Okay, can you stop with the nodding? I have no patience for this today. Tace, you brought this upon yourself. I wouldn't have brought it up. That's a lot of pressure. I don't like the posh British lines. I don't know. It's the combination of the voice with the English. I don't mind British. It's the voice with smack that ass. Which is not working for me. It just is. I find it annoying. Guys, we're getting rolled again by Wesker. I'm not happy about it. My chases are trash. Finish the gym, doing groceries for dinner tomorrow, then home. Nice. Good, 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 good. That was DS, no? Why are we being sandbags? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I need the spray again. Lucky, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. 14 treats, let's go. I appreciate you. Oh, that only has one spray in it. And Sketch got to me first. Nah. There's no way. Fine, I'll be nice to you next game. Oh, he's so dead. Lynx, welcome in. Happy Monday. I blame you. Aw, you guys are cute, Timebone and Taze. You guys, you warm my heart. How's it going? It's going well. Like I'm super happy. It's just, it's been a really busy week at work. I'm trying to manage everything that I want. And maybe it's more than a person can handle, you know? Maybe it is. I'm just excited. And, blast mine! Almost a double blind. He's got nowhere to hide. Let's see where if he goes for Mousy. He does. I'll stick this Jin. Yeah, crazy day at work. I'm still getting messages and I had to answer a phone call. I don't know how long that's gonna go for, but it's because the event starts tomorrow, so everything needs to be ready. And a lot of it's not ready, even though we've done construction for the past 2 weeks. It's a lot of work. A lot of things to take into account. But yeah, we're here. We're gaming. I already took the dog for a week, so we can just stream for a couple hours. I may have practice tonight. But yeah, I was talking about the Blood Moon. So 2 weeks from now, it's Blood Moon. I've cleared my first weekend. So from the Thursday that it releases at 5 p.m., we will be doing all the gaming. Is he still playing with Mousy? Hopefully until the Monday. And, Dahlia, welcome in. Enjoy the doggo treat. Thank you for the 33 treats. Then I do have to work, and hopefully, I mean, I will get the streams in as per normal, but I just wished I had more time. The week before Easter is event week again, so it's gonna be insane. Fixated? Value. Come here. And then supposedly after Easter, I will still have the 2 weeks to grind the Blood Moon. So that's the plan anyway. Granny, welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope you're well. We pulled this game back thanks to a really good chase from Mousy, among other things. Ah, he's with Sketch. Okay. I'm working on Shack Gate, Sketch. Sketch has got Bond, right? He loves Bond. Hello, party people. You've played 2.5 hours of Resident Evil 4. I remember you were saying that. Oh my god, don't grab me off this gate. Okay, now we have a problem. Hold on, we don't have a problem. Hold on, this is the best rock in the entire game. We don't have a problem yet. Soon. Now we have a problem. Shit. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Oh no! You need to go, you need to go, you need to go, you need to go. Unlucky. I was kind of hoping I would, get, I was able to dodge that, I think if I'd gone more around the rock, we would have been Gucci, but I panicked and I took it kind of long. That was a mistake. It's not enough, you need to play more. Why aren't you playing more, Dahlia? Thank you, Sketch. GG's, well done. GG's. Hi, Loopy. Welcome in. How are you? Afternoon, hope you're well. Yes! We're well. I am well. You can only play one game? That's okay. Thank you for hopping in. Everything alright? Everything is good. Now, welcome in, everyone. It's good to see you. We had an amazing week last week. Thanks to all of you guys. In the Games Aid charity sale, we played some new cozy and wholesome games. And for those of you that are on the Twitter,
What's the story?
I bought more cozy games. So we've got a lot of options for the next coming Sundays. You'll be back later? Alright, thank you, Sketch. Time to snipe? Okay. Ah, yes, the groceries had to be gotten. Okay. Yes, that usually gets in the way of our gaming. Generally. We ended up winning the wheel spins. Who ended up winning the wheel spins? Do you mean the giveaway that we did, Dahlia, with the Capybara game? Hi, Volts. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Or did you mean something else? The Capybara, yes. Mina won one, Jill won one, and 7 minutes is all I need you to free your Ouroboros. Yeah, I know. I eat Ouroboros for breakfast, though. But GG's, well played. I hope your games have been going well. Granny got a copy as well. And we played the Capybara game on Sunday, yesterday, which was wonderful. What's up? How we doing? It's good. I'm good. I'm good. It's been a crazy day at work. The amount of questions that have come in that needs solving is insane. But I'm kind of hoping, since it's 5 p.m. now, that I'm in the clear. That's why stream was late as well. And another Wesker! That is 3 Weskers in a row. I'm not complaining. I'm just sharing it with you, those of you that came in late. That's 3 Weskers in a row. It's gonna be such a good gaming day. I'm gonna loop this one. Hold on. I'm ready. I'm ready this time. I was warming up. I'm gonna loop this one. The next one, I'm gonna loop him. What can we say other than it's Weskin time? Nah, for real. It's because you've been playing Resident Evil, Dahlia. You were summoning all the characters. Is it getting a Wesker until he slams me against the wall first time a day? Could be. Could be. You have been summoning them? Okay, is this a pain res? Is it a pain res? Is Claudette? Yes, it is a pain res. Yes, he knows! If I was in the game, I would be the wall. I think it's a good, that would be a good deal. Pretty, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 43 treats and the 30 stream streak. Let's go, that's huge. Thank you so much for your continued support. Lake, welcome in. The dance, gamers, the dance. We need to make a dance command, but I don't know how to do it. We will. Lake, welcome in. Pretty, how was the rest of your stream yesterday? When I came to say hi in your stream, you mentioned that you guys were having a lot of fun. You were in a Swift, kind of like trying to have fun and enjoy the games, because some killers were kind of sweaty. I hope the rest of the stream was good as well. No, I have to make it pretty, but yeah, thanks for trying. We're gonna get there. Fools, thank you for the daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 17 redeems. And Lake, thank you as well. 45 treats, let's go. A lot of fun. Some tunneling? Of course, of course. There's always going to be tunneling. How did he know? Does he just know everything? Oh! We're gonna go rock. That was a long way to go for a pellet that I didn't go to. Oh shit, I'm so dead, you guys. Why didn't I go? Ah. I'm not dead yet. I'm mousy. This is very dangerous. Okay, he saves me. Hold on. He doesn't know. He knows. Whoops. How am I doing? I'm doing great. I was supposed to loop this Wesker. I didn't really do that. You're in traffic at 20. Oh, unlucky. Is it open lobbies today? Yes, Dahlia. Come join if you want to. We only have Mousy. Oh no! God! They didn't know about the pain rest. Is he chasing you? That would be kind of rude. There's no gens here. That much I can say. That much I can say. Another Wesker. I know, they smell me. Someone's very lucky. I know. Yes, Ellen is next. She's 95. Got there pathing in the corner? I think it was more luck than anything. He thought that I was going to be a lot more clever about that. I wasn't. Oh, this gen is dead, by the way. As dead as Mousy, I might say. This guy's an amateur compared to me? I don't know. I thought he was alright. You both were. You're both good at Wesker. Like food and join after? Alright. What you can do? I've seen it before. You can buy subs for the Nightbot and then just make Nightbot spam on your... Yes, I know. Snoopy used to do that for us, but we don't do that anymore. Why is everyone here? Thank you for the dance, guys. If the answer giveaway redeems are supposed to be there, no. I thought Loftus removed it, but maybe that was like a temporary fix for the stream. But I will look at it after this game. Thank you, Dahlia. Don't tell him not to do it again, because he will do it again and again and again and again. 68 stream streak. Whatever we do, we can't miss the next one. It's gonna be regular stream. Yeah, this is a 2v1 with 2 gens left, by the way. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. I go on a juicer chase. Not in this corner though, because there's nothing here. And I already dropped the only pallet at the tile. Thank you for the dance, gamers. Thank you so much. He doesn't know I'm here. Why is he still here? Oh. Why does he think we're here? Because the gen? There's no one here, gamer. Don't worry about it. Hydrate time. Thank you, Dahlia. Gamers, take a sip of your drink. If your glass is empty, go get some water. Be sure to stay hydrated. Look after yourselves. I want to hear you sing the song on your stream. He should sing this song. Caramel dancing. I don't even know lyrics unless I can sing. Yes, we find them for you. No issue. Hold on. Claudette's going on a juicer chase. I do 2 gens. GG. Oh. No. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. No, I'm not gonna sing. You, Lake. You're gonna have to do it. Oh. Oh. Well. That's unlucky. He doesn't have nowhere to hide, this one. Oh my god, he's checking lockers. Clearly he doesn't have nowhere to hide, because why would you be checking lockers? Oh, he can't kick it, because DMS. Is he not here? I'm farming you. Hold on. Nah, he wanted to kick that gen so bad. Oh! I thought he was going for the Claudette, y'all. I have no idea what I have. I don't usually chase here because it's miserable. I remember now why. Because it's miserable. Okay, I have a pretty good setup here. Hold on. Let's not fuck this up. I'm gonna fuck this up. Oh, this is not a... I couldn't go through there. I thought there was a hole in the wall. There was no hole in the wall. Famous Deadmans! No, Claudette! Oh no. Oh, she's in the locker. I mean, I know it was over, but honestly, I remember going for her. I'm kind of insulted she didn't go for me, you know? I have to be honest. I don't think she makes it.
Finish this.
Yeah. She didn't make it. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna run an ad break. And we're gonna run it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. We will be right back. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Mm. The giveaway. Yes, I need to solve for that. Hold on. Um. There we go. All better. Thank you, Dahlia. No, no, not the ads. No. Alright, cold winds. Is it a Wesker though? That's the question. Am I gonna get 4 in a row? I don't see any chests. I don't think we're gonna be this lucky. And also, Wesker has a massive terror radius. Don't tell me we're gonna go from 3 Weskers into a ghost face. Tell me it's not gonna be... It's gonna be Bubs? I'll take Bubs, but I'm not here to chainsaw. Uh-oh, why are we running? Ah, Wraith. I mean... She dies, because... nothing. I was there. And, oh. Right. I should have taken... Oh, beam safe. No, 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 get up, get up, get up. You have a second chance. Yeah, I think she's miserable because I didn't go and take a hit from her for her. Which I can imagine, but also like... Hello? I was doing a gen and you ran into a raid. No, Mousy went from getting the beam safe into a down. Ah, Hubris, I was like, that was a one-hit down. Yes, you were wrong. 2v8 has made me paranoid of Ghostface. Yes, there were so many. There were so many, Glenny. Okay, Lara's in chase here. I'm gonna have to go for unhooks. Can you take the chase away from the hooks, lady? Don't have nowhere to hide. Good, he's obsessed. If... Oh, he's back. Miserable. Ah, Silent Bell. That's why we didn't realize that he was there. Oh! Pay attention now. Bamboozle? No. Yes. I don't know how to... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh no! How many mind games do you need? Save me. Damn. Slap him. Very good. Very good slap save. And a whiff. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't just go for the window in that pallet. Because that would have been so much better. That would have been so much better. Yeah, so Ellen is next, P100. She is... I forgot what I was saying. Ellen's next P100. 95, Glenny. As she has been for the last week and a half. Oh, we might get our first gen done here. Excellent. Yeah, okay. Ellen's P95. We're a little over 3 million points. We're gonna need 5 million and about, I want to say 400,000. So that's the objective. I think we should get it. I'm pretty sure we can get it this week. Then we have Megan is P50, but I will be putting points into her, but when it gets to Blood Moon... Oh! Mousy has Last Stand as well. I need to die window. Oh, this is not good. So I'll be putting points into Megan. Okay, he's going that way. I'll be putting points into Megan. When we get to Blood Moon, I want to try and get 3 P50s. I have Adam P20. I have Dwight P20. And Aurella's P10. Last year during Blood Moon, in 3 weeks, we got a P100 out of it. We got Eastry from P2 to P100 within the 3 weeks. But, of course, I had a lot more time to game then. Don't get pulled off the gen. Damn. Crawl window. I'm going. This angle is... Oh, it's bamboozle! Shit! Hi, Stash Burrito. Welcome in. Thank you for the daily donor treat. Thank you for the 5 treats. I think for my birthday you should P100 to Survivor for me on my account. That's it. It's sorted. Okay, Glenny, let me get right onto that. With the amount of time that I have available to game right now that is not accustomed to practice for tourney and my job, I'll get a P100 in no time for your birthday. I'll get right to it. My objective for Blood Moon is Michonne P80. You should get that easily if you got our P50 now. You should get that easily. Oh, maybe I shouldn't run into him. Okay, well I have BT and I'm going Shaq. That's the final. Oh. Okay, I'm throwing. Why am I throwing? Oh God. Bam, 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 bam. Yes! No! I knew he was going for the window. Oh! Yeah, well, I'm injured already. We got the gens, guys! No, he likes the mind game. Me too! Oh, he does as well. Okay, where is the pallet on this fucking shithole? Huh! He didn't swing! Pellets? No! So close. Laura, get me! She's not gonna get me, guys. Oh, Conviction would have been such a good... Beam? No, map save! Conviction would have been so funny. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off, honestly. And also, I don't know what to do after. Like, say you conviction there. You have 30 seconds before you flop over. And then what? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Bah, double area add-on's not even skill. You've been looping so good the last 2 days? That's good to hear, Glenny. If you feel good about loops, it's good. Gamers, if anyone wants to join, I know Dahlia said you wanted to join. Please just remember to raise your hand and ask. So what? So conviction. I have to heal someone first. Okay, but I have Bond and Botany. You made 2 killers DC? Okay. Okay, I see you, gamer. So we bring Boone Expo and do we just die? What?
This can't be happening. It has to be
Tenacity.
there.
With conviction. Top tier. Hi, Cindy. Good morning. Welcome in. So how do I get up, though? I don't know. We'll bring the Boone. Where my expo at? And I'm gonna keep Bond because problems, you know. Tenacity, conviction. I don't know what the play is, but let's do it. We're gonna go. Glenny, that's really good. I'm glad to hear that you've been feeling good about your looping. That's such a good feeling. Like, it's the best feeling in the world when you're feeling like having good games from looping, you know? You've been trying a build for Conviction, Tenacity, Expo, and Soul Guard. Yeah. I love my Bond too much for my information. When you heal someone, gain 25% recover. Press button, go down. But that's why, yeah, I don't want plot twist. It's too complicated. I'm gonna try this. You're not wrong, guys. Your build is probably better. Why are we hearing a nurse? Because there is a nurse? Yeah, you plot twist and then you can get up yourself, right? That's a lot of that's a lot of things around one. I mean, we're gonna roll with it. Thana. I can't find a Boone. I'm doing a gen. Why is everyone in the same place? I don't know. I don't know, Sunny. I don't know. Yeah, plot twist, UB, conviction, tenacity, goaded. Yeah, that's the. I was thinking UB. That's less complicated than the Boone Expo, because first you need to find a totem, then you need to make sure that the is she coming here? That the killer doesn't snuff it. I don't know. Plot twist unbreakable, 60%, yeah. Wait! Go for Gallows. Oh no! Okay, she's learning. Holy hell. She'll never find me. Unless this happens. Come here! I guess they didn't find me either. I forgot that I even needed this to activate this whole conviction. Okay, we've got it. Is this still a totem? No. Nice. Is it Painrest? No. You notice they moved it sometimes around the actual... Yeah, I know, but I didn't see it there either, so I guess it just didn't spawn here. Because look, it's not here. She could see me. What's that? Bitter Murmur? Oh no! Oh, I didn't mean to go here. I don't know what I'm doing. She doesn't know what she's doing either. That's fine. We'll both don't know what we're doing. Found a totem! I found a totem! Hold on! Shit. Woohoo! Haircuts. I'll die here. Let's see. I don't know if he's got it up. I know about conviction. I'm just waiting. Maybe last stand. Hold on. Yes! W! Last stand save. Mousy pays for that with his life, by the way. Your biggest issue, you can't find the totem? Yeah. Nurses? Oh. She's running Darestalker and you were the least chased survivor? You're gonna try this? Good. You should, pretty. Once you figure out the mechanic, it's gonna be very good. Glenny, thank you for the clip. Thank you so much. That was funny. Okay, I'm swapping out the boon. Even though I enjoy a boon, but it's not working with what I want from today. That was good, Mousy! That was good! Medkit pretty, because the only way that you can, I mean, I would say medkits. If you saw Seely's clip from earlier, you might want to say beam. But you want to be able to heal another survivor fast so that you can get your conviction up. If you don't have a healing perk, a medkit is the fastest way to do that, right? You could consider a medkit. How? You're still noob? That's nothing to do with being a noob. I think that was a really valid question. And there's so many perks every year. New perks and new like builds that they work with. You can't keep up with everything. Even 1130 hours. I'm at 8k hours and I don't know half the killer perks that I'm versing. You're fine. Yes, pretty. I think you'll enjoy that clip. That's what you could do. That's the potential. Let me make a boon. Because we were like, perk value. It's good, isn't it, pretty? There must be at the other gates. Yes, she just hit the Jane. GG's. Excellent. Forever entwined. Hmm. And then you accidentally get rolled by Last End. Okay. Okay, you be. But maybe my teammates pick me, right? They could pick me up. It's possible. Oh, that message was from yesterday. I mean, you can still donate if you want. But that message was from yesterday. There we go. The event chat's quieting down. That's quite wonderful. All right. Where am I? Okay. You know what map I've been getting a lot of the last 2 days? Tell me. I said Pyramid Head. Really? The pizzeria? I mean, I haven't played DBD since, except for tourney practice, so I've not been on pubs. Why? 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 Oh! Why aren't they just chasing Mousy? No! Oh! Okay, that's fine. I'm sandbagging. Oh, that's nasty. Sorry. Oh, no way. The singular fucking barbed wire. The way Mousy sandbagged the ace. After I sandbagged him. Lucky me. You've had nothing. Oh, Glenny, you've had nothing but indoor maps? You've had it more in the last 2 days, and I've had it since launch. Oh, that's insane. Well, last stage for me is kind of a lot of the game. Oh, indoor maps? Oh, I don't mind the game. Oh, let me heal you. Yes, moonwalk. Very good. I heal you. Hold still! Oh, nurses! No, 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 no. I don't know. Back to the UFO it is. Oh! Since when can I go through here? Since when can you... Okay, I was out of ideas. Study! Good slap save. Excellent slap save. Oh no. Oh no. Hey. Just keep running through the fucking... Ah, he knows. Ooh. The way, if I would have been fine if I went through the window is insane. But I dodged it and he knew everything. Also, I'm getting tunneled. Unlucky. Excellent teamwork. No, not teamwork. Did they both have the barbed wire? Okay, got my conviction. I mean, I'm gonna die cold and alone, but I have conviction. Thank you. That was their plaything. Oh. He also stepped to a singular barbed wire. I have a plaything. Oh, he's here. Yeah, I die. I'm at the UFO again, guys. What is this? What is this looping? Like, what am I doing? Did we think it was nurses? I think we did. But they're chasing the ace now. He kindly took chase. I don't think I have... if I hit my grades, maybe I have enough in this medkit, but... Let's see. Perfect. Was this thrilling? Yes. Deli! I'm a little nervous. Oh, here he is, here he is, here he is. It's the bright yellow hats that you can see from miles away. Why? What does this mean? What does this mean? Deadlock. Okay, I can wait it out. Deadlock is not that long. Who's he chasing? Avian, welcome in. Enjoy daily doggo treats. That's a... There we go. Thank you for the lurk, friend. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well today. Happy Monday. Nah, Ace is a juicer. Alright. Hi, Anne. Welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday. How's your day going? Monday is your day off, right? You chillin'? I think that gate's almost ready. We can both take hits, but... Is he getting away with this? He lost the ace. The ace is well on his way to the other gate that is also open. Leon's going for the stun with the last stand pallet. Bolts. Leon. If you die, Leon, you're on your own. GG's. You read the team chat and voted? I saw, and excellent. Day of Shark Week? Craving chocolate? I always crave chocolate. Never mind Shark Week. Oh my god. Oh, see what happens. And also, hold on. What does that have to do with anything? Holy hell. I don't know who to report from this endgame chat. Yeah, okay, I reported the right person. Holy hell. Yes, sorry. Endgame chat just got beyond gaming. You're good though? Wonderful, glad to hear. Sonny, thank you for the GG. You two always crave ice cream and chocolate. Doesn't need to be Shark Week, right? Sorry, a bit late on reacting. I was busy with laundry. No, you're fine. I mean, I'm trying to, all of them report MVP and Mousy. Why? Because we were racist? I don't think so. Oh, you don't crave chocolate normally? You gave up sweets for Lent and it was chocolate cake so bad. Oh, hopefully you got something good. Yes. What's poppin'? Hey, look. He looked at your tweets and saw your Antifa flag. I mean, you've been getting a much endgame chat nasty, really? I think I'm no more than, I think we reported someone 2 weeks ago, so maybe like a bi-weekly report for racism or homophobia in endgame chat that has no place being there. You've been taking pictures with the post, whatever gets a post. I mean, I report them in game. You had wholesome endgame chat yesterday. That's what we like to see. You started it? I don't believe you. You love it since you've got the flag in the background. I see all the homophobics, fascists, and all complain. Like, unbelievable. Yeah, it has no place in the game. I mean, it has no place in the world. But definitely not in game. You had to report someone's name. Oh, really? Being the N-word and during 2v8s? Unbelievable. Like, how is that even accepted as a term in the game? I don't know how serious I take it. Yeah, that's true. I told the other survivors to be nice because they called the killer baby, and then we just made it into a helpful chat for the killer and said, ah, okay, that's really nice. That's a good job. I don't like the word homophobic because phobia is something you're scared of, and you're not scared of queer people. You're just an asshole. Yes, that's that's a good point. But you know what we mean. I wish those kinds of people could just keep it to themselves. Say a lot about them. Yeah, like don't go out of your way to go calling people names or anything. Like what? Why? Don't do it. Don't do it. Do you go out of your way to make this conviction situation happen? Because it's not happening for me. That's 2 games in. Oh, for God's sake. Maybe this game. Keep pointing one finger, keep pointing back at you, just saying, Anyways, how am I doing today? I'm doing well. Like, I'm feeling good. I've got a lot of energy. It was a very hectic day at the office. I normally don't even go into the, oh my god, we're all so dead. We're all so fucking dead. No, it's just Mousy. Mousy's dead. Thwack again? I can't save him. I can't save him. I don't work on Mondays, and if I do, I work 4 hours from home. But I had to go into the office for the event construction. It's Ultimate Weapon, Thwack. Lots of screams. Is he coming this way though? Is he camping? Yeah, and I was waiting on my train. For my train at 7:30 this morning. And I already got the first text about something that needed. I don't know if he's down here, y'all. I don't know if this is the plan. Is he here? I'm terrified. He's probably here. He's not here. Hello. And on my way home, I got 2 more calls from work, and then at home I got more calls, and there's just a lot to do. It's not a problem. It's just I did not realize that convention days were this crazy, and I'm running 2 at the minute just to help out the team because they're understaffed. And I'm learning a lot, and I'm enjoying it. Like, it's a lot of fun, but it's like I was on the train when I got a call, so I'm trying to remember, like, I have to look up something for clients. And then I was on my electric scooter. It's not like I have time to, like, make any notes or write anything down. So by the time I got home, I was about to write down what I had to, like, look up for my clients. And then I got more calls about other things, and I'm, like, trying to remember everything. And it's just, it was a lot. I got everything solved, though. Everything's checked off my list. Nah, he's just going from hook to hook, him. I'm popular today, yes. I wonder sometimes if, because I handle things generally very responsibly, very quickly, if people are like, oh, let me just call her. Nice. Perk value. And then I'm stuck with all the all of the requests, you know. Pellets? Mori. I can't pallet save that. Unlucky. In high demand, yeah. It might be. Sometimes I think, oh, now that they know that I take care of my stuff, they're gonna be like, hold up. Let me call this girl. She knows what she's doing. Oh. That is so unlucky. Yes. Oh. Oh. He's fast! Nah, I was in this locker, y'all. Hold on. He picks. Yeah, the vaulting. Nah, he's fast as fuck. GG, she needs to go make some food. Now thanks for the games. Maybe after you'll eat to come back. Mousy, thank you so much for helping in. And a beautiful last dance, Dave. I enjoyed it. Have a nice dinner. And thank you for hopping in. It's good to play with you again. Hello? You get scared when killers vault because bamboozle or because they cut you off? I don't know why I said bamboo, like, weird. Oh! Oh, not this tile, please, for the love of God, not this tile. Oh, errors were made, errors were made. Yeah, that was well played. You get games when killers who never vault, so it catches you off guard. Oh, you mean like that? Nah, this was a really bad chase. That was miserable. Hi, Fuckbite. Happy Monday, Juicer. Happy Monday. Welcome in. How was your stream yesterday? Did you have good games? I'm so gonna die! Did he think I was going for the save? Like, what's happening? Well, I already used my fucking medkit, didn't I? Full stream of killer. Oh! Sure but fun. Hope you're good. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. I hope you're having a good work day. You want to killer now nowadays, Fogbites? I remember seeing you on the Billy. We're 3-gen, haven't we? Oh my god, it's the MVP. Hello, my loft. Happy Monday. Welcome in. How are you? Are you done wrestling with Da Vinci? For your clips? For your editing? It happens more often now, but like a year ago, I was still reacting for killers to vault. Yeah, I don't know why he was vaulting. I just fucked it up. I just fucked it up. Only when you get a bit bored of Survivor. Okay, yeah, it's nice to like switch it up, right? You love Da Vinci? The clipping, the editing software? Oh my god, Ace died. You're over it. You did so well. What is this cute heart badge you have? Hello? And why do I not have it? Questions? Oh, I'm so dead. He's gonna go up the hill and slice me. No, he didn't. What do I have here? I'm still very dead. Oh, I'm very dead. Yes, vaults again. I dropped it. Leave! Oh, Mori, I forgot. How's the games? We had 3 Weskers in a row. I was very happy. Mousy got a last stand save on me. On Dead Dog, that was really good. And, yeah, this is Myers. It's miserable. It's always gonna be miserable. Pyramid Head game, last game was good. We got, well, we got a 3-man out, but that was just because, Mousy tried to get a kiss from the killer, you know? Hey, Tom! Welcome in! How are you? How was your weekend? Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? I'm good, I'm good. Busy day at work, but we're gaming now. I'm quite pleased. Back on DVD, and
Shout out to
we're
Tam
not
Tam
getting
Tamra.
we're not getting a lot of points. I'm trying to get P100 Ellen. We're on almost 3.5 mil. We're gonna need 5.4 mil because she's P95. It's not going very well. We're gonna have to keep grinding. You think you got it from watching me play Peak? That's funny. New Myers is miserable, I can't lie, it's very boring. You're doing fine, thanks. You had a nice weekend. How was my weekend? Your Nia's P99, oh my god, so close. Gamers, Tom is a fellow female Dutch horror variety. Do you identify as horror streamer or variety? But she plays DVD as well. Anyway, we got a chance to finally get some games in. I think it was 2 weeks ago, which was absolutely wonderful. Horror. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember that forest game with the wolves, and I don't know if it was like if it's labeled a horror game or more like adventure. But I got scared from the wolves. That's pretty much what happened. You know, I play normal games as well, but horror's the main. Love, are you hopping on the DVD? Or are you over it? I mean, I know you're over it, but too much to not want to play? No, I don't. I haven't Fogbite. Have you? A Blight. We'll never know. Not yet? You excited though when you get a chance? You've got the game though. That's good. That's good. You haven't really played, honestly. I booted up last night to play with M. With A. What weren't they with Michael Barrios? You can boot whatever you want. If you don't want to play, that's also fine. You got your 5-gen run. Then close the game? That's funny. That's enough. You end on a high note. The Long Dark, a horror game. You hated the wolves? They were everywhere. They were everywhere. My weekend was really good. Thank you for asking. I worked with the horses on Saturday, which was very nice. We got a lot of tiny horses now, the Shetland ponies. They're so adorable. They're like forming their own groups now. Because the tiny ones, they can stick together. It's very cute to see. I did some editing. We did a cozy stream yesterday, which was nice. Guys, I scored the winning goal for my team at hockey yesterday. I was so proud of myself. It was a really good goal too. I mean, the defense fucked up. Let's be honest. I ain't no fucking juicer on the hockey pitch, but that goal, that was a very good goal. We took the game, the points. We won that game. And I was supposed to go to a party on Saturday, but I was too exhausted to get up off my chair. Yes, let's go indeed. She's gonna go for the save, right? No, she's behind me. I'll go. I mean, she's coming. But she needs to be on a gen, honestly. I'm gonna change my build after this game. I'm not gonna get the conviction value because I'm just not... That's just not my type of play. It's not working for me. I've had 0 build value. Exactly 0 in an hour. Oh. So I will be switching things up after this. Conviction just doesn't go with a safe playstyle. I play too safe. Hold on, they'll never know I'm here. I know, Glenny is back in their DVD era. They've been looping. They've been making killers, DC. You better not lose your motivation by the time Blood Moon hits, Glenny, because we're gonna need you to stack with us and get them points. Ooh. Nope. He's gonna wait for his power. Hold on, I leave. Nah, that connects. Are you kidding me? Hey Ida, welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday. You absolutely will stack with us? Okay, perfect. It's a date then, Glenny. Hi everyone, how you doing today? We're doing good. We're doing well. We're gaming. It's the end of the workday. I'm trying to check. I've got all my tasks done. I don't think there was anything I had to do. And I just need to make sure because the... I need to make sure that... so I was responsible for one of the hallways. And I need to make sure that if anything comes up with the number 9 in it, I need to look at it. But it all for now, it's all been like 10, 11, 12. We need to go! He's not tunneling. Don't worry about it. Didn't we do the exact same thing? Like... Oh, that connects. She's got to be sick. No! No! No, 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 no! You were not tunneling. You're a confident Blight. What is this? What is this? Well, mistakes were made, Mr. Blight. Ching! What is this? You were not a tunneling Blight, and now all of a sudden you're a tunneling Blight? No, 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 no. Huh. I don't know where he is. Now he left. I win. I win, guys. You even played Rivals last night after 2 months off it? I've been off it. How was it? Who did you play? Did you play some Groot, some Mantis? You're good? Wonderful. Glad to hear. Happy Monday. Happy Monday indeed. Yes, I'm doing well, Ida. Thank you. Sidestep. Not the full hail and the sidestep mid-chase. Thank you, Ida. I have to take a sip of my drink after I do this gen because I don't like to miss a skill check when I'm taking a drink. I don't even know if I... Oh yes, I have some Diet Coke left. You played Mantis? Penny? Oh yes, Penny. Ah, Star-Lord. And even Luna? Nah, you pulled out all your mains. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Light would have ate, by the way. Oh my god. He swung at something. I win again! Yes! You had 37 kills on one game as Star-Lord. That's huge, Glenny. W Gaming. Yeah, I think so too. I think he thought I was pallet camping. I don't do that. You know that feeling? You can sit there for like half a gen without any skill checks. I know, but the second you take your hand off the controller keyboard, whichever you're using, you get hit with all the skill checks. Yes, this, exactly this. Oh, What's happening? Hold on, let me pay attention. Why did Sable not finish that gen that was like 90? What's happening? Am I picking up this girl? Is he picking up this girl? Are we... Thank you. He is. Okay. Oh! They're on the other gate already. He's gonna rush straight there, though. Let me well, watch and see what happens. Let me sit this one out. She didn't open it. I need to find someone. Who's that? Is it Nia? Sable's here. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Shit! Okay, back to the tile. I don't know where he is. I'm gonna fuck up. I don't know where he is. No, I'm fine. Shit. Sable. Oh, we're not going back for that girl? Sorry, gamer. I can't go for her alone, and if she, I mean, my heal was 99. I couldn't save her. Thank you for the hydrate. I didn't forget. Unlucky. It was a long way to go to get her all the way from down there. Hold on, my husband's here. We're gonna run a quick ad
This
break,
can't be happening.
and then we'll be right
has to
back
be
with
a
more
nightmare.
games. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Thank you for your support. Hold on. I was about to yell at you. Like, what was that Renato wearing? What do you mean? Why aren't you wearing your normal fit? Why are we changing the fit? The Renato was fine the way they were. Alright, I need to change my build. Thank you. So, Loftus is here, so we're gonna need that Wiglif. Botany. Oh. Light. Do you guys want me to put my points in Ellen? See how far we get? And then we get the rest of it later this week? Sorry guys, I'm just eating. Or do we wait till 5 mil and then we put it in? Stream until P100 is decided? I don't think so, gamer. Great suggestion, though. Stream until P100. Listen, I think I have tourney practice. I think. I mean, I think we're still waiting for some replies. Let me see. It would be a long, I mean, I'm at 3 mil, right? And, yeah, I don't know if we're if we have practice tonight. It could still happen. Yeah, so, oh, here we are. Ellen is P95. I misfixated now because I have Wiglif. That's sad times. Wesker! Yay! I know Loft is sick, but he has to remember he's doing it for me. Corrupt everywhere! Let me get a spray. Because, I don't know. I make myself useful. Regardless. Where are we looping? Yeah, so she's P95 and I'm at 3.5 mil. So we need about 2 mil. 2 mil. If we were 4 stacking with BPS and cake. You like Loft's idea, actually? Alright, how about this? If I don't have practice tonight, I'll consider it. Grim Embrace. You can do a couple with cake if you want. Yes, you're always welcome to game, Mina. I mean, don't go out of your way if you weren't planning. Or if you have other things to do. Yes? What do you mean still gaming? It's been 2 hours! My streams are 3 hours minimum. And usually it's 5. You need to go to mom's. But you gotta... Oh, wait for traffic to settle? Yes, good one. Yes, come game. How's games? I have another Wesker. Yeah, games are good. Myers' game was miserable. I had a really good blind game just now. I was just juicing, wasn't I? Why is nobody on a gen? Tap. What are we getting at? I missed the gen. It's here. You don't know. You thought it was nearly bedtime? Hey, it's both so sempre. Ah, that's low. Even for you. That's a low blow. You found it funny though? I thought it was very creative. Fuck no, this ping. Oh my god, 125? Yeah, that's not fun. How are you supposed to dodge 125 ping? Very strong brown key. How's P100? Spending your points on Dwight? Not yet. We're on 3.5 mil. And I was considering putting the points in to see how far we get. Usually I wait till we have 5 mil, right? But it's kind of boring. Especially when you're so close. Oh yeah, and Loftus and Mina are suggesting that I stream until I get P100 today. Oh no, the tunnel! I'm sorry, Lofts. Thank you for hopping on. We already know he's miserable. And it's my fault. No. Yeah, you get to 98. Yes, I should get to 98. You're quite close to P70, Nancy. You're trucking along fine. Yes. Oh my god, 3 gens done. That's huge. Are we going for the heal or for the spray? Oh, this is a farm. Hold on. Come this way. Come this way. Don't camp like that. Light! Okay. He's off. He's off the scene. Does he have a 3-gen here? Why are we leaving Chase? Like that. Tell me. Be honest. Why are we leaving Chase? Loft getting on for Wesker on ping. He's definitely not screaming to his monitor right now. I know, and I made him hop on. I feel guilty. Watch, if I'll get on, it'll be Krasue or Alien. Really? You've been getting a lot of Krasue and Alien? I don't mind Alien. Krasue can get in the bin, though. You sound like you have worms. That's an audio bug, because you don't have worms. Of course he wants loft. Oh no. Oh. W body block. Stupid bush. I thought I had him. I did not, in fact, have him. Sorry. It's moments like this when I question why he wants me as his duo. Cause he always saves my ass and I just roll him. You ain't blocking nothing with this ping. There was a bush there that he could just go through. I didn't think he could. Body blocking universities on the cards. It is bad. It was really bad. Not really, but I got on a few days ago and you played customs for fun. Playing customs for fun? I don't understand those words. First game on, the random gamer decides to play Krasue. I was like, I'm getting off. It was a nice try though. Listen, I really thought I had him between the pole and the bush, but that was not a solid bush. He could just go through it.
We should get the hell out of here. While
Okay,
we
we're
can.
spending these points. Alright, we're 98.5. How many BPS did we get, though? 6! Let's go. That's what we like to see. Okay, we're 98.5. And I have no points. It's what we're used to, Loft dying, but Loft always sacrificed himself for the others, so that doesn't really count. Tom, when's your next stream? Ah, you're back from food? Nice. Do you want to join next game? Guys doesn't know about team play? It's possible. Yes, we do, Sketch. Thank you, Daimo, for the dance. Let's go. Yeah, Sketch and Dahlia, you're welcome to join next game. It's me and Loft at the minute. Bring points, please. We're trying to get P100 Ellen this stream, actually. It's been decided. Unless I have practice, then I really can't do it. You're streaming today. What's on the? What are you playing? What are you thinking for stream today? Ik denk dat het een krokante kipsnitzel is, Timebone. But it looks like fish sticks. It really does. I mean, he's got great clips, doesn't he, Dahlia? I can imagine they're all over the For You page. Clown. Okay, we're dropping everything. Yeah, it's just the one spot, Dahlia, because we've got Loft and Sketches hopping in as well. Excuse me, I sacrifice myself way more than the average person. So does Loft! Dead Island 2, otherwise you will go do Grey Dawn, a psychologische horror. Oh my gosh. I will be sure to check in. Clown, yeah. Why do I care? Why? Okay, fine! I don't know. Remember when I got hit by the first Wesker and I was ping and it was like 46 and I stood corrected? I was just a flop. It had nothing to do with ping. We can change lobbies. Clown. Oh, why do all my colors have high ping? It's Frankfurt, isn't it? It's always the same shit. Oh, let me... Oh, yeah, it's Sloppy Butcher or something, right? Ping has been all over the place. I mean, let's go UK. Oh my fucking god. Are we taking hits? I can take hits. I have no issue. Yes! I have no issue. Oh. He didn't like that. Oh shit, there's a couple of problems with this. First of all... Oh my god, I'm so cooked. Oh, I'm so cooked. Even when you play low, you get 100 ping. Yeah, I think it's a Frankfurt server thing, Tom. Oh. Now this is his pain rest. Hello? Hook now? He lost his hook, him. Oh, gift of pain. I'm on third. Oh my god, why is a 300 ping? Nah, this person's from Australia. 170. I don't know. Something is wrong with their connection. You also a new trend starter with the all region streak. So people VPN. Ah, yes, for the challenge. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Oh my god. There is a lot of people VPNing, no? Hold on, he'll never find me. It's not nowhere to hide. He's checking all sorts down there. Sounds like they might have be a Wi-Fi warrior. Oh yeah, that's what it looks like with the ping going up and down. Plus, exit lag is getting promoted in multiple streams. Yeah, I hear a lot of people talking about it. Why are we slugging? Loftus reassured the Dwight from a floor down. I don't know. Did he think that he was getting pressure from wasting so much time looking for me on this side of the map? I don't know. Hold on, I Wiglif. Nah. He has absolutely no idea what we just did. No Jen? Do you think they're gonna go for this hook again? No, they have another hook now. Please go down the stairs over there. Thank you. Oh, he saw me. That's unlucky. Hold on. He's not chasing me. Alright, he's just camping that. Oh, he's chasing me now. This may have been a stretch. Wait, I don't know. I had God Pellet here too. Hold on. Oh, I didn't even make it. That's annoying. That's annoying. You're back from dinner? Nice. What'd you have? Shawarma pizza bread, pita bread? Nice. We love it. Garlic sauce or like a spicy sauce? Garlic, perfect. He commits to the Dwight. I pick. Wait, by the time I get there, he's gonna have picked already. Nope. Out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. He knows I have Wiglif because I picked him up earlier. You haven't had pita bread in so long? Really? Oh yeah, occasionally I have, at least once a month. Like a chicken pita, or a shawarma, or een pita kaas uit de oven. Man. That's so good. Yeah, 2 of the pita bread. So you're full? Yeah, you love those too? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, me too. Pita kaas. You know that word you do. My accent in English? It's a mixture. I've been speaking English since I was 6. So it's kind of all over the place. Favorite pizza place got sold to somebody else because the older tenured owner quit. Oh, that's always unlucky because you never know what's gonna happen. Oh, my Dutch accent? You have a Dutch accent, Micah? Okay, Dahlia. I didn't say that I sounded American, but Dutch is different. I'll send you a DM, and no doxing on stream. I die. No, he camps. Nope, I die. Nope. Maybe I don't care. I was typing that? I'm insulted. You don't dox yourself? If I tell you where my accent's from. Okay. I just trade this and it's whatever. GG! We can just tell whenever somebody speaks Dutch. Sketch, you sound English. I don't know what you're on about. It's not Belgian, so it's not good. When I speak Dutch, you don't sound British. Yeah, let's not do that on stream. They should be able to get out here. Brits alone, 800 accent, yeah. No, I understood. You're fine. Now I kind of want to spend my points all the time. Hey, BPS for me. Let's go. Alright, let me finish this food. I'm hungry. I will swap you out. No issues, Sketch, you know.
We can't kill it. Best we can do is escape and blow this place to hell.
I was having a krokante kipsnitzel met krokante aardappelpartjes uit de airfryer en de salad. Well, we aren't besties, so it doesn't break my heart anymore. We were never besties, gamer. Oh yeah, Mina, where are the minutes? I didn't know what time you were hopping on. I didn't see you online. Kip soup! Yes, Kip. Yes, Celia, you heard correct. I had Kip. Where is my fork here? You have some Kip? Yeah, me too. I also like Kip. Bad ham? Oh, work things happen? Yeah, don't pressure. Like, I know that we said we'd game, but like, work comes first. Okay, basement's in check. Nah. How did Loftus get to be so lucky? We got Kaneki and everything. Alright, let me do a gen. This one. Ah, you've got work news? You're working your way up the ladder again? Kip, het meest veelzijdige stukje vlees. Kip. So it's called KFK in the Netherlands. Kentucky Fried Kip? Yes. They are sending you to India when there's no flights because everything is getting cancelled because of a war. They're sending their employees to India. Yeah. Excellent. You will be missed. Direct flights, it'll be fine. No landing there. Still, I think it's a crazy idea. For several reasons. Safety, one. And two, the ticket prices are through the fucking roof right now. Flight prices. Companies skimping on everything. And then they're like, oh, let us buy the most expensive ticket possible. No, I'm not saying that's a you problem. I'm saying I don't understand. From a company perspective, how you can keep a straight face. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Exactly, Sealy. Like, oh! Shit! Bye, Loft! Yeah, I die because pallet's gone. Basement things. I don't know. I can't game. Oh, bug abusing. Okay. Ping again. Oh, hey, we said we would change lobbies and then y'all just hopped in mine. Reassurance. Okay. You're gonna be sat in a hotel room when I'm not at work. Apparently quite dangerous for a woman alone. India, 100%. I hear crazy stories about India. I mean, it's a work environment, right? You're not like traveling into like tiny towns and stuff or like outskirts. Eruption. I'm gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Dahlia can get the unhook, right? You changed out your septum piercing jewelry. It's now a little bat. Oh, that's so cute. Was it easy to change? At least they're not blonde. You're 6 feet, 6 feet with fire hair. Yes. Oh, it hurts? Yeah, I bet. It's sensitive. Cool, though. Oh, and it was a bigger gouge as well. Oh. Oof. I can feel it. Oh! Oh, fuck me, I guess. Oh, he went to kick the gen. I'll get the unhook here, maybe. Oh, it's a 12 and you're used to 10? Oh, say no more. It's hurting me as I think about it. That was eruption on my gen. Loftus is getting tunneled by Kaneki. Oh, never mind. Haha, Jill, that's funny. He's gonna come straight back here. Check this gen. No, he's on sketch. I get on this gen. More gens. More gens. Thank you for the dance and we need to do the gen. We need to do the gen. You made, yes, you did. Dahlia has no excuse, by the way. Somebody distract! Adrenaline! No! Shit! I need to go. Maybe not. Maybe Sketch had to go. Oh man. You're also doing some gaming on the side here? Excellent. Are you on the Deeps? Or are you on the Witcher? No Blood Warden? Good check, good check. I don't think we make it out of this game, I'm not gonna lie. Your internet's dying. Schedule 1? Oh my god, that's so much fun. That's such a good game. Well, if your internet's dying, there's no saving this, man. P100 ghoul, 100 ping. GG's. Alright, we changed lobbies for step 1. No, I mean, if you can't play, you can't play. There's no issue. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Not gonna lie, it's fun with the mixing and getting new stuff. Yes.
We should get the hell out of here while we can.
It's not bad in customs. You'll go back to Resi 4. All right, have fun. I don't know. Was this? Ah, yeah. Okay, so it's happening. That means we have an hour left here for in a stream. That's 4 games. Let's see what the start time is. Because I do have practice. Why would you suggest 8, Dahlia? That limits my time. Hi V, welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday. Good morning. No, the pool was for after 8 p.m. Anytime after. How's the games? It's good. Hit and miss. You know the deal. It's DVD, but I'm good. We're P98.5. And we're gonna see how far we can get Ellen to P100. And it's good. We're chilling. How was your weekend, V? Oh my god, oppression. I was yapping. You love the graffiti? You made a couple cute drawings? Do you have the full game, Anne? Because I've only got the free sample. Can make a different suggestion. It does not come off tone wise the way I want it through the text. Whoa, 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 what? Oh my god, I did it. You got enough blood points? Oh yay! She's P100. Oh wait, when you said 3 levels, I thought you meant she was P97. But you got enough points from that Kaneki game to get your Yui to P100? Let's go, that's huge! You were sick most of the weekend? Oh shit! V, I'm sorry to hear, but you're feeling better now? Okay, that's good. That's wonderful. Are you straight back to work today? I've got the full game? Okay, yeah, I don't know about the graffiti thing. I just like to collect the plastic and recycle it. Besides the drug making in the game. Last week you took off most of the week being sick, but today you're good and back at work. Okay. Well, I hope it's a good day. Is she with me on this gen? What? Now, if we finish that gen, that was a 3-gen run from Lofts. Time for me to go have a wonderful evening. Thank you for stopping by, Tom. Have fun. Have fun. You're playing your game. I'll come say hi. Thanks for hanging out. Huh. You're out of soil sadness? Go to the shop. Where's this gen that was done? He's camping it. I'll just work on this one. I don't know. Always fun to hang out. Yes! I agree. Wonderful, they got it. Nancy almost died to that, by the way. Yes, Cheryl, let's go. There's a gen that needs doing right here, Cheryl. Oh! What? Okay. His axe is still in the tree. Is he in this door? She likes to click at everything. I have no idea what you want, Sketch. I have no idea. Zero idea. Stop it! If your beam is empty by the time you have to save my ass, I'm still kicking you from this lobby. Watch him fuck himself over real quick. This gamer has no hooks. Oh. Oh. Jesus, what am I running into? Hello. Why is he bullying guys? Oh, the pallet's gone. We get the gate here, though. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, the face camp is real. Oh shit, 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 shit. Ooh! Loot back, loot back, loot back? No, unlucky. Yes, there was a whole new terminology to face camp. Well played, team. The body blocking, that's infuriating. That's infuriating. They're cool about it. Oh no, they're crying about it. All right. Nope. 9 levels from 99. Is it because you've not been bringing cake, Sketch? Is that the problem? Maybe you didn't miss... I didn't miss any skill checks last game. That much I can tell you. Loft? Hello? Hello?
We should get the hell out of here while we can.
Danny DeVito's great. I like him. You think he may be taller than Love, though? Why would you make a statement like that, Sketch? Why would you say a silly thing like that? Um... Okay. Oh. It's the same guy. It's the same guy we just had on RPD. It's the same guy that we just had on RPD. Yeah, I just die. You like to spit facts. Okay. It's the same guy we just had on RPD. And now we got the shittiest map for Clown 2. Like there's nothing to loop on this map. Ugh. Yeah, it's the same guy. Where am I? Oh, I thought we were on a gen here. We weren't. Unlucky. Hi, Azrai. Welcome in. Good morning. How are you? How was your weekend? Hello, amazing peeps. Hello. You chased Loftus down a portal. I'm good. Wonderful. The weekend was great. You did a 1v1 DVD charity tourney on Saturday. Oh my god. Tell me everything. What was the... Like, what was the rules? A 1v1? Was there like a timer? Who was the killer? Like, what killer? What map? How did it go? Did you have fun? Perkless tourney. A 5-minute max. Did anyone get it to 5 minutes? That's long for a 1v1. I think the Avian's tourney was... The longest one was under 5 minutes. That was the winner. The one that Avian practiced for. Yeah, he's got the same hyping. He didn't listen to your message. He just didn't listen, Loft. You tried to tell him in endgame chats. And you know what he did? He just didn't care. Like, he just did not care. And now I'm going to die as well. I'm not gonna make it out of this. Nice, I think Sketch finishes my gen here. I'm so dead. I am so dead. Did he? I don't think he's here. Split of killers and survivors. You were on killer. Okay. I don't know why I assumed you were on survivor. I'm literally fucking still slow. The rounds are posted in your Discord. You used Wesker with only M1. Okay. You got first hit at 36 seconds, but then they didn't get the down until 42. The survivor I was paired with won the survivor side. I missed moving to round 2 by 10 seconds on the down. Even after such a good round you had. We all started at Killer Shack. Yes, Killer by the door, survivors at the pallet. That's very common for 1v1. First round was Macmillan. Okay. Wow. That's cool. I'll have a look at the Discord later. Resurgence. You were very happy with the performance? Wonderful. We got them fast heals, clown. We're not there anymore. Fast fucking heals. Also, first game turner I ever did. It's nice to get the first one out of the way. Well done. Make your choice. Yeah, there's 2 gens downstairs still. We did 2 upstairs. To not 3 gen. That's cool. That's cool. You want to do your first tourney. And then, you know, if you get another opportunity, you hop into the next. That's so good. Make your choice is so long. The 60 seconds, it's too long. Oh. Shit. Well, unlucky. Gamer, you need to be on a gate. I'm wasting time. Nah, Sketch saved my life. He wants me to give him a compliment. I'm not gonna do it. That's a long way to go. Loft's getting the other gate. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. This is rough. Yeah, this is very rough. This is very rough. Huge! That was huge, Sketch! Well done! Insane! Beautiful. GG's. Alright, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. Ah, W escape. Huge. Okay, I think I play one more game and then I spend my points and then I should be close to 99. If he waited a second longer, I would have been dead. He called us bad? I mean, he's just... That's the second time that he got... What? 2-3 men outed? Since he faced us?
All I can
We
think
had
is they
nothing
must
to
have
work
thought
with on
of
this
you
map.
for their
We got a
weapons
3-man
division.
out with his build. Ah, he's just lashing out. I understand the frustration when you get rolled like that. It's okay. We know better. His build is ping, yeah, the ping especially. No. We've got time. I can do at least 2 more. And I'm not hopping off until somebody says that they're ready and live in a lobby for practice. 100 more, please. I know, Sunny, I know. That would be the best thing, 100 more. Are we practicing? I want to, Sonny. I was getting ready to text the group with some information, like the time that I would like to get together on Saturday before our games. But also, I think me and Evo are available on Friday, but we're not going to be able to get Anna in. Oh, you meant right now? No, I'm in. That's another team. Another team, Sunny. I'm on another team. Pain, resonance. Friday available all day. Yeah. So I'm available Friday as well. Evo is available. With Anna working and the time difference, we won't be able to have games during the week with between Evo, me, and Anna. So if spirits? Tunnel? No. Damn. I hate spirits. I just fucking hate it. It's boring. I can't do it. It's annoying. I don't make this. I'm annoyed and frustrated and everything. Yeah, spirit's hard for me. Jess is working that day too, but I don't know how long. Yeah, we should I can timestamp it in the app and ask. The problem with the Friday is I also have because yeah, I also have another practice that sucks. And I have an appointment as well. I mean, we're gonna figure it out. So Friday and Saturday anyway. Yeah, Thursday evening. I can do Thursday evening. After my 8 p.m. Pain resurrection. Turn back the clock. Get me out. That's boring. Haha. We'll have to timestamp some of the suggestions for this week. I'll trade this, I mean... Ah! Oh shit, Loft got the reassurance. Holy hell. Well, I'll take her away now. No, she's not chasing. Yeah, it's almost over now. Yeah, GG's. Let's go. That's not enough. Hey, that's the same V. It sounds really fun, not gonna lie. One more for you, then you're off? Alright. Spirit players play like that to complain when people hate Spirit and go next. Yeah. They weren't even bad, like... I had nothing on her. Like, just nothing. It's dull gameplay. Most house can be very easy 50-50 and that's when they aren't good. Oh. Surge. That's when they aren't good at Spirit, yeah. No, I don't like going against Spirits. It's the same one! Yeah, valid. Valid. It's the same Spirit. It's turn back the clock. Surge. Loft, what's the plan? Yeah, it's the same one. It has to be. It's automatic, Paigey, for you. It's for you. Van Spirit, right, Paigey? That's insane. Let's give it a few seconds here. That's mad computer skills. Thank you, but you don't have to be so nice to me. No, you deserve it, Paigey. She said, I'm out of here. Yeah, V was like, I'm not doing this again. Oh my god. Paigey, how are you? How's your day going? If I could punch a killer in real life, Spirit would be one? Yes. Would do the same. I think for me, the killers that I don't like, obviously you guys know Ghostface, my most hated. But yeah, Spirit and Oni are definitely up there for me, least favorite killers to go against. If we get her again, if a copy we can get off. You're so. Same old sad girl slay. Ria's arguing with her dad that I'm better. Driver, oh, that cheered you up? That's funny. Deserved, though. Hope you're well, my queen. Yes, I'm doing well, thank you. I had a crazy day at work, but the messages have quieted down, so I think most people are off. Are off work now. UPPN East. Easy. Exactly. I was thinking we're gonna change lobbies. Hope you guys get a baby nurse. We had a baby nurse earlier, Paigey. And my friend Mousy was gaming with us. He even got a last stand save on me. It was so good. Me too. Easiest killer ever. You love American servers? Yes. American servers is where it's at. They're so bad. I look good. there's definitely a difference in style, uh, in play style, sweatiness. Yeah, I don't mind going in either for pubs. Oh, Henry, fun. That felt, but survivors are a bit more questionable plays, like don't do gens. I mean, I remember Skirms once saying he was in a stream and Plaything was in play, and he was like, guys, do you know that on EU they don't cleanse Plaything? And I was like, what do you mean? How do you not know that you shouldn't cleanse your Plaything? But we just play different here. We just play different.
I have
The same as Asia is very different. It's also the killers that we get are different. The killers people main, the killers people like to play. Cleanse, the only gamer cleanse Plaything because you're deaf? Generally people don't cleanse Plaything. You played on Asia's servers last night. It's different. It is completely different. That's grim. Are they back to Hook? No. Why am I scared? Why is this clock still going? Easiest dodge of my life. I didn't even use my lights. He just dipped. He just dipped. Okay, I do my gen. That V, the last game against that spirit, she was like, hell no. I mean, we finished this gen. Now, Lofts goes on the clock. Okay.
I will show you no mercy.
Why is this blocked? It's deadlock. Well, that sucks. Again, I'm one here for running back into him. That sucks. That sucks. Genetic limits. LOL.
It begins.
Oh, maybe I don't run there.
You only delay the inevitable.
Hi, Anna. Have a good shift. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you had a good stream. Yesterday? I think yesterday. I think I saw you live with the Deebs. Yes, so for those of you that don't know, Saturday is the tournament where I represent the Twitch Women's Guild together with Anna here and Stay at Home Gamer that came to say hi earlier, and Sunny. Evo is also a member of the team. You can see in my schedule that our Survivor game was at 7:15 or 7:30 p.m. I won't be streaming it. I'll share the link as soon as I know where we can see the tournaments. It's only one game, so it doesn't make sense just to boot up to show you guys one game on stream.
You have little.
Should I link Deeper Sea Tokens? I'm there. Alright, Paigey, I will. I appreciate your support. We love women, we do.
A brave one.
I might just have to go and help. Well, so much for helping. Love dies here. I don't know why the... Yeah, lots of things went wrong. Lots of things went wrong. Sorry, Loftus. Oh my god. Everybody died in that. That's insane. Shit. I think if I ran the other way, I should have traded it. Was trying to dodge the fucking underground thing. I should have traded it.
Your time draws near.
Oh my god. Sorry, my friends. Well, we got a one-man out. Not my best decision making.
Microdensity
All right,
changes
let's
the
put
air
these
my
points in.
ass.
All right. P99. GG's. No streamers? P99 level 6. Man, it's too bad I've practiced. Thank you for playing several games with us today, Sketch. Thank you so much. I'm bringing points. Yeah, it's gonna have to be Wednesday. I'm sorry. We would have kept going, but I have my commitment to practice this evening with my Women's Cup team. What, bro? Why we P100 Ellen? Paigey, what do you mean? I have 17. We're running out of options, okay? We're gonna get into the wonky area. And also, I like playing Ellen. I know, but damn, Ellen? Yes, Ellen. GG, nice ice. Well played. I hope you're enjoying playing, Henry. I hope you're having good games. I appreciate you stopping by. Stinty, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 22 treats. You're at practice. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Thank you so much.
Nice
Yes,
underscore
Deviant.
ice VT followed
yes,
your
and
channel.
it's our other team, the altruism one. But we're already 5, and otherwise you would have been welcome to join, I'm sure, to practice. Me and Christy are in both teams, both the Champions of the Fog and the altruism one. Yeah, don't hate on P100 Ellen. Exactly. It's rude, Paigey. Hello, James. Good luck, have fun. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're having good games. What are we thinking? Is James a survivor or killer? 18th P100, you're on second? It doesn't matter. P100s are good. Whether you have 2 or 18, it's the same thing. It's a hard, long grind. And it's commendable. Hail, Billy. Oh, I love Billy. Blake, thank you for the dance. Thank you so much. MMR cooked me? 18P100 is not the same thing as MMR, James. Good luck, have fun. It's not the same thing. Girl, put that on your CV. Nobody cares outside DVD. Nobody cares. Guess who's just now driving home? Oh my god, that's been such a long work day. You hate Billy so much you're crying. You hate everyone, Loft. There's no way you're not crying about any killer that we go against. Let me find a gin. You started at 5. Why am I running into them again? I don't want to do this gen, but I don't know where else to go. I'm gonna start it. You started at 5 AM too late. That's such a long day. That's awful. Was it because traffic? 14 hours and 40 minutes. Oh my god. That's too much. It's too much. There's this guy who put WoW in his resume and he got accepted and he's the CEO of a company. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I don't think anybody knows what a P100 is. Anybody that in my circles like IRL. No, we're at P99 level 6, Jill. All the companies you had to unload kept you waiting? No way. We camping? What's happening? Why am I terrified? How about I just finish my gen? How about I just finish my gen? What do we think about that? Hi Jess, welcome in. Yeah, not too far off. We're not gonna get it today because I have to change to practice set times. It's been decided. So we'll get it on Wednesday. Instead of an average unload time of 10 minutes per stop, it was 30. Aw, that slows you down by miles. That is so unlucky. Well, I hope you have some food now. You have some nice food. This is pain res, by the way. No, I'm lying for attention. Yeah, I will 100%. If I'd started... If I'd started earlier, which I couldn't be done because of work, but even if I started earlier... We could have had it! It's so sad! Well, that sucks. Tunnel? No. We're gonna have to cross and do the ungen on the other side. I told you it was pain res. I remember seeing pain res. So I've already started at 8 AM and planning says to bring my overnight gear. Well, that's not the kind of message that you want to hear from your employer. You have to go like Germany or something. Belgium? Da-da. The gen over there by Loft is like 70. I'm gonna start another gen in case they camp that. There's no gen. What do you mean? There has to be another gen. It's right here. It's not a 3 gen, but I do not know where the other gen is. It's unlucky that Karma over there is not trying to find the 3rd gen. They can't get on the gen that they were on because Loftus is looping the front desk over there. We still have 2 pain reses left. We might distract long enough for me to get the Jin. Yun Jin's going back on the main downstairs main. I wonder if they'll commit to Loft. Honestly, DVD with randoms makes me not want to play because of stuff like this. Yeah, you have to... You have to turn... Yeah, you have to turn that off in your brain. But I have to say, that is very rough. And it's just unfortunate, right? Oh, it's front gate, it's front gate, it's front gate. Most defo, just after many games, it can be quite daunting. Yeah, it's frustrating. I like to remember that the randoms can surprise you as well. Unlucky. Unlucky bump. Unlucky bump. Loftus went on a juicer chase. We got the last gen and both gates open. That's GG. Oh my god. Oh my god. People get so upset over this game. A tunnel. Nah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey, yo, James, GG's, GG's. I was very terrified that you were gonna come back to the locker, Jen. I think you would have had a good chance. Yeah, my duo Love Tears, a Juicer Looper. That was a really good chase from them, the last one. Wasted so much time. We got the last gen done and the gates. GG's, yeah, I don't know. I mean, a tunnel out is a tunnel out. It's part of the game, and they didn't even play bad. Like, this arena wasted a lot of time, even though they were the tunnel out, you know, for pressure. You played against them before? Oh, really? Nah, they're just toxic as fuck. Oh, shit. I need to check something real quick. Oh, yeah. I don't need to. I'm good. We can do another game. This is why I ask the team to be ready and let me know. Because I would have raided out right now and nobody's ready. Like, yeah. Loft is the demon. Loft has 22 P100s if that makes you feel any better. And I do enjoy Billy game. We didn't have chase though. I was on gens. Yeah, I know, Stinty. I mean, we've spoken about this. Um, if you want to hop in the next pub game, it's me and Loft. I know, Dahlia, you were having some problems with your internet, but if you just want to hop in and we play until anyone else is ready. That's of course not a problem. You hop in next? Cool, cool, cool. Kaneki? With lethal. Kaneki with lethal. Oh my god, I went so fast. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, lots up. Bro, that free hit because of lethal just gave them fucking... Just gave them a fucking head start of the game. That is so frustrating. Oh, this is a very creepy emote. Are we seeing this on the left here? Look at the, like, it's moving. Oh, it's like a creepy crawler on a plate. Oh, I don't want to look at it. You can heal me here. Oh, don't heal me because tunnel out. Tunnel time! Love with the reassurance. Shit. Stealth, people. Oh my god. I can't do it. I mean, I tried this, I don't know. It's whatever. Unbelievable. Kaneki has to play like this because they can't end chase quickly. That's pain rest. No pain rest? She swung! I don't know what this tile is, y'all. Oh! Panic! Okay. I'm sorry, my love. She's still gonna go for me. She's cringe little crybaby. Unbelievable. Yeah, you did, James? Oh my god. Miserable, miserable gamer. Yeah, I reported them. The sass, you love it. I mean, that was uncalled for on many levels. And it's like the interesting thing is it happens, you've learned to ignore it, you have to. And that I'm glad you are, because it says for everything about them and it says nothing about you, right? The interesting thing is, technically, the way I see it, and this is not between you and me or anything, just technically, if you purely look at the facts, no emotional attachment, the survivors won that game because they had a really long chase, even though they were tunnel out. We got a 3-man out, even though there was a tunnel, so it's a win for the survivor team. So I don't understand why they're so upset. This upset, like that you get upset because of a tunnel, it's frustrating, you don't get to play. That I understand. But to get so upset to say these things after a game that you just played so well so that the survivor team could win? Nah, that's I will not understand that ever. We had someone, a random call our killer was James in chat here. We just met them. They were a killer in our game. All sorts in endgame chat. After a tunnel, it wasn't even a hard tunnel. They hooked someone in between, but they were in chase for most of the game. They died. We got 3-man outs, and they lost it in endgame chat, like completely. Completely lost it. It was uncalled for. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It still happens, right? People get so upset about this game. About a lot of games. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. Thank you, my friend. You're finally home? Wonderful. Okay, it looks like it's going to be LG. Here's Link again with the song. Head on? It's a spirit. It wasn't, it's a bloody... It could be the same one. Is it? It's not Surge if you get pulled from a locker, right? Oh my god, it's the same one. It's the same one. I'm telling you. That was pain res. Yeah. It's the same one. I'm telling you. It is the entrance song. It's the entrance song. Sing next stream? Yes. We will be bullying. We're gonna be bullying him. Hello, Earthquake. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support for the channel. Welcome in. What an creativity.
Gearth_Quake followed your channel. Is that a gem? No. Still. Oh yeah, it's Surge. It's the same spirits. It's the same one. That was a really good chase, didn't he? Spain Res Surge. There's just no gamers. There's no gamers out here. We just have the same people. We had the clown twice. We've got the spirit 3 times. There's just nobody's gaming. Everybody keeping their sanity. Yeah, it's her. It has to be. It's the same build. It's the same skin. There she is. Shit. I mean, reassurance. That's good. I'm gonna take over main gen from Lara, who's going for the unhook on Slim T. She's gonna come. Oh, I forgot about the pain rest. She's gonna come and kick these two gens again. I'm gonna stop the regression. Fuck. I just need to go away from the gens that we've done because of Surge. I already know I'm gonna go down to her because she's better than me. We found out the hard way the last game. Take her away from the gens. See if we can pop anything here. We have 3 gens with progress now on that side. Pain res. Lara let go. She knew. Nah, we have everyone dead hook. We're not gonna get it again. Frustrating. Thank you. Oh shit.
Fuck. Well, somebody better get locked up as I die, cold and alone. Well, that escalated quickly. I'm going to die in the corner again. Far away from the gens. That's all I have to offer. Unbelievable. Nice. Alright. GG's. GG's. Thanks for the games. Thank you, Loft. Thank you, Stunty. Thank you, Dahlia and Sketch. Everyone who came to play today. It's not time yet for P100 Ellen. We're gonna need to save more points. We're gonna get it on Wednesday though. So we're back Wednesday with the regular stream, 2 p.m. We're gonna go raid outs. We're gonna go raid our Dutch friend Tam, who was here earlier. She's playing Grey Dawn, fellow Dutch horror streamer. Let's go and show her some love and say hi. This is not the raid message. I mean, we might as well. This is the raid message from yesterday, but we can copy paste this anyway. Let's copy and paste this. Gamers, and we'll go say hi to Tam. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you for all the redeems. Thank you for the stream streaks. And thanks for hanging out, chatting, chilling, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care, and I hope to see you all on Wednesday. Bye.